Dos, dos, uno, dos, dos, tres, probando sonido, uno, dos, uno, dos, dos, uno, dos, sí, sí, dos, 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 tres, sí, probando sonido, uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos, dos, tres, sí, hola, hola, uno, dos. Sigue hablando un poquito porque, hey, para la clase español se habla estaba hablando español cuando la inglés. No, no, sí, pero solamente algo que dices. Sí, 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 dos, dos, dos. Uno, dos, probando sonido, uno, dos, dos, tres, sí, sí, uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos, dos, tres, sí, uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos, dos, tres, sí, dos, 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 tres, sí, uno, dos, dos, tres, sí, uno, dos. Ahí estoy hablando ahorita. Uno, dos, dos. Ahí estoy hablando ahorita. Dos, 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 uno, dos, dos, tres, sí, sí, uno, dos, dos. Dos, dos, uno, dos, dos, tres, sí, probando sonido. Esta es una prueba de sonido. Uno, dos, cabina. Uno, dos, uno, dos, dos, tres, sí, sí. Uno, dos, tres, probando sonido. Uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos. Uno, dos, tres, sí, probando sonido. Uno, dos, uno, dos. Uno, dos, uno, dos, dos, tres, sí, probando sonido. Uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos. Uno, dos, dos, tres, sí, probando sonido. Uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos, dos, tres. Uno, dos, tres, probando sonido. Uno, dos, dos, tres, probando sonido. Uno, dos, dos, dos. Uno, dos, dos, tres, probando sonido. Uno, dos. Uno, dos, uno, dos, probando cabina de traducción. Uno, dos. Probando cabina de traducción. Sí, probando, probando sonido. Uno, dos. Probando, probando. Sí, probando, probando. Sí, uno, dos, dos, tres. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, probando sonido, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, probando sonido, 1, 2. 1, 2, 2, 3, probando sonido, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, sí, probando sonido. 1, 2, 3, probando sonido, 2, 2, 3, 1, 2, 2, 3. 1, 2, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ahí estás. Ahí está, ¿te llega bien? Vale.
Uno, dos, probando sonido. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, probando sonido. 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 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, probando sonido. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, probando sonido. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2.
1, 2, 2, 3, sí. Escucha, escucha. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Pruebe porfa los otros, los de las mesas, así al azar por lo menos.
And every day of my life is filled with loving you, loving you. I see your soul come shining through, and every time that I'm more in love with you. La 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 la. La 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 la.
1, 2, 2, escucha. Esta es una prueba, 1, 2, 1, 2, se escucha. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, esta es una prueba. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sí, sí, sonido, 1, 2, 1, 2. Esta es una prueba. 1, 2, 1, 2.
3 little birds sat on my window, and
1,
they
2,
told
1,
me
2,
I
sí se
don't need
escucha.
to
1, 2, 1, 2,
worry.
esta es una prueba. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Summer came like
1, 2,
cinnamon,
sí,
so sweet. Little girls that were touching the
2,
concrete.
1, 2, sí, 1, 2, 2, 3, probando sonido.
Maybe sometime
1, 2, 1, 2.
wrong, but it's alright. The more things seem to change, the more they stay the same. Don't you hesitate. Girl, put your records on. Tell me your favorite song. You go ahead, let your hair down. Sapphire and faded jeans. I hope you get your dreams.
Del receptor, usted, Néstor.
You're gonna find yourself somewhere, somehow.
Probando.
Blue as a sky, sunburned and
1, 2, 1, 2.
lonely.
Esta es una prueba.
Sipping tea in the bar by the roadside.
1, 2,
Don't you let those other boys fool you. Gotta love that afro hairdo.
Perdón.
Maybe sometime feel afraid, but it's alright. The more you stay the same, the more they seem to change.
Error de dedo. Ahora sí. ¿Y ahora? Mario. ¿Ya no se escucha la música? Vaya, ahí estamos entonces. Ahí estamos bien. Vaya. ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más?
2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, 1, 2.
No sé yo, flipback. ¿Qué más entonces? ¿Qué falta? Ok.
going to delay my. Another by share, but you weren't able to make it. Document is the agenda. ¿Le puedes subir el documento? Ya. No. El documento es 39.
Document 3919, revision 2.
Okay. Hello? Can you hear me? Yes, you can. We are going to reconvene the meeting now that we have the document displayed. On the screen, you have the agenda of the working group on deployment of technologies and services. Scroll down, please. As I mentioned before, my name is Oscar Avellaneda from Canada. I am the chairman of this working group. On my right is Mr. Wayne Soik from the United States of America, and he's the vice chair. And we have another vice chair that unfortunately was not able to participate at this meeting, is Sergio Trabucci from Argentina. Can you scroll down the document, please? Thank you very much. A little bit more. That was item 1 of the agenda. Item 2 of the agenda is the adoption of this agenda. You have seen this agenda before, and if you have any comment, we can add it to the agenda. Otherwise, the agenda will be approved as it is. Item number 3 is the results of the previous meeting. You can find the report of the working group. The last meeting was in September 2015 in Washington, and you can find it in that link in 3.1. The working group has 5 rapporteur groups. The first one is standards, conformity, and interoperability. We have also another one on infrastructure, connectivity, and service deployment. One rapporteur group on cybersecurity, vulnerability, and critical infrastructure. Another one on telecommunication numbering, portability, and addressing. And finally, a rapporteur group on technological innovation and trends. If you scroll down, you will see the rapporteurs for each of these groups. The first one, which is SCI, or Standards and Conformity and Interoperability, Mr. Wayne Soik is the rapporteur. Ms. Josefina Cano from Copaco, Paraguay, is the rapporteur on the infrastructure group. And Celedonio Juan Guateno from Alcatel, Argentina. Unfortunately, he's not with us today. Scroll down, please. Yeah. A little bit more. Next page. Yeah, okay. We have a rapporteur on cybersecurity, vulnerability, and critical infrastructure. The rapporteur is Marian Gordon from the USA. And the rapporteur on telecommunication numbering and addressing is Alfonso Rios de Costa Ribeiro Neto from Brazil. He's not with us today, but Mr. Geraldo Neto will fill in for him. And finally, we have the rapporteur on technology, innovation, and trends. The rapporteur are Ms. Amy Alvarez from AT&T and Mr. Geraldo Neto from Qualcomm, Brazil. Item 4.3 deals with the responsibilities of the working group on the deployment of telecommunications and services. And what I want to show here is a number of documents that the group has been working on and has successfully approved. They are coordinated standard documents, PN for technical notebooks, recommendations, and other texts. When I go through, I will ask questions to the rapporteurs for clarification. On the left column, we have a number of CSDs, and on the right column, we have 2 technical notebooks. The first one is Next Generation Network Standards Overview. I will ask Mr. Soik to correct me if I am wrong. The number is 3522 B1, one revision.
As of last meeting?
Also, this meeting.
This meeting. Uh, 3922, yes. People.
3522?
Yes, that's to this meeting.
3522.
Yes, that's a revised version.
And there's no off.
No,
No.
there will be at the end of this meeting. but we will just-
Okay. And what's updated last year?
Yeah.
To 26, not 27. What's updated last year? May. And the next one is the technical notebook on conformance and interoperability. And it's the number, right? 3322 E23.
No, there's a version at this meeting, 3917.
3917.
Yeah.
But how could that be? This notebook has a fixed number, 33. I mean, no. Okay. So we did what?
3917.
Okay, we scroll down. Please scroll down to the next page. We so far has approved 22 coordinated standard documents, and we move now to the next rapporteur group. And the rapporteur is Ms. Josefina Cano. I would like to ask Ms. Cano the status of technical notebook 13, broadband access technologies, and I guess the number to be right says T22P13. And the coordinator is Mr. Toledonio von Wotino. Is that correct? Can you scroll down, please? Yeah, there. Ms. Cano, is that correct? Josefina? Okay.
Allí. Oscar, si los documentos son correctos. ¿Ya?
Okay, the next question is for you, Josefina. We have a work item on broadband access uptake in urban and rural areas. Are we still working on that document, that topic?
Con prácticas.
With case to study for broadband, currently, we have no contributions on that.
So, should I cross it?
Sí.
Okay, thank you
Espero
very
que se
much.
cierre.
Thank you, Josefina. Next rapporteur is cybersecurity vulnerability analysis and critical infrastructure. There are two technical notebooks. Technical notebook 4, cybersecurity. The number is T22P4. Ms. Gordon is here? No. Somebody from the U.S. delegation will speak on behalf? Okay, go ahead.
Cybersecurity notebook, there's a version contributed to this meeting. 3921.
3921. Okay, people. Next, technical notebook is on critical telecommunications infrastructure protection. Is the number 3322 E8 correct?
Yes.
And the last time this document was updated is in 2010.
Yes.
And Tiago Sousa Prado from now we have a more item on best practices guidelines for the region. It was updated in 2010. The responsible party is the USA. Mr. Toy, what should we do about that?
That project was completed in 2010. The document was ready for publication. I don't see that it's been posted anywhere. We've mentioned it several times in our meetings that it should be shared with the member states, but there's no place that it's been posted. I know several of the notebooks are now posted on a collaborative space, but this document has not been. There was some discussion at the Cusco meeting 2 meetings ago regarding the fact that the topic is sea service. And so we had some discussion with the dual function of discussion of sea search between SICTE and CTEL. So I know we're supposed to have a representative of SICTE at this meeting. But as far as our part in this, it's finished, it's published, the project is closed.
So the work item is closed according to the USA. I will remove it. And according to the USA, the document is not supposed to be published. Can you get a number? So we have to look into that. Right? Next group is telecommunication number and addressing. And we have technical notebook 31 IPv6 transition strategy guidance and best practices. The number is 3616 edition 1. It was created last year. Okay. Thank you. I understand that there are 2 contributions for that particular group. In addition, if you scroll down, there are 2 work items. One is study on child helpline and analysis of the feasibility of utilizing a single assistance channel in the American region. This document was updated in 2011, 6 or 5 years ago. And the responsible parties were Argentina, USA, and Brazil. Argentina is not present, Brazil is not present, but the USA is on my right. What can I say? Okay, so we remove that. And the other work item is IPv6 transition strategy guidance for CITEL member states. This is the same, or similar. As a matter of fact, it's not the same. This work item was created in 2010, and the responsible party was LACNIC, but I believe it was superseded by the technical norm 31 that Brazil is working on. So I'm going to remove that one too. Next is the rapporteur group on innovation and trends, technical innovation and trends. And I don't have any technical notebook you're working on or any work item, is that correct? So, what happened? Did we lose the document? We lost the monitor? Okay. No, it's fine. I have it here on my computer. So item number 5, there are the documents that I will take to the plenary. The current documents that we take to the plenary, of course, will be developed during the meeting. More documents, and they are approved, I will take them to the one plenary. And the first document I have here is, no, you have to, a little bit up. A little bit more. The first document is this agenda. The second document will be the report. The second document is the report of the last meeting of this working group. The third document is the GTC1 draft agenda. You have seen it before. And the draft calendar, you have seen it before. And the last document will be the report of this working group that has not been created yet. Once I get input from every rapporteur, I will draft the report and will take it to the plenary for approval. So that pretty much completes the introduction of this agenda. And now we're going to move to the documents that are going to be considered by the rapporteur on standards, conformance, and interoperability. We got 15 documents, and the rapporteur is Mr. Wayne Salt on my right, and he's going to go through those documents. So the floor is yours, Wayne.
Okay, thank you, Oscar. There are 15 documents for the rapporteurship on standards, conformity, and interoperability. Welcome to the first session of this group. Is there someone from the ITU present? I know Rodrigo was supposed to be here to introduce some of the ITU documents. We'll put those on hold. As you see, the large number of submissions from the ITU, most of them are detailing recent work from the ITU study groups. You can see here study groups 12, 15, study group 2, study group 13, study group 11, study group 9, study group 20. There's also an overview of the recent progress on the ITU program for conformance and interoperability. Most of these are PowerPoint presentations, and some of them are very lengthy and detailed. So we won't go through them each in detail in any case. But when we have an ITU representative present, we'll have those introduced, and we'll note them. The main work item that I'll take from that is that we do have the standards notebook, technical notebook. And since all of these ITUT study groups are dealing with standards, there are, I'm sure, portions of those slide presentations that would be applicable to the notebook. So I'll excerpt some of the material from these 11 ITU documents and insert portions of that into the NGN Standards Technical Notebook. And I'll have a revision ready before the end of this week. So there'll be a revision 1 of the Technical Notebook. So that takes care of the first 11, I believe, items. 1, 2. Yes, the first 11 items are from the ITU. So if you scroll down past the ITU documents of the source, scroll down, please. Okay, stop. Good, very good. Okay, there are 4 other documents. 2 of them are the notebooks. I already mentioned the last item, technical notebook number 1, the NGN Networks Standards Overview. It's now about 125 pages long. It's archived many of the documents we've received here, portions of documents on a large range of standards material. And as I said, I'll update that for later in the week, incorporating much of the ITU material that's been submitted this week. I made some minor revisions already to technical notebook number 1 in updating the standards that we've already endorsed. Over the last 15 years, we've endorsed 23 standards for the Americas region. We just endorsed the 23rd last meeting, and so that one has been added, and we'll have more to say about the endorsed standards in a moment. The other technical notebook is technical notebook number 23 on conformance and interoperability. I'd like to look at that one first. Document 3917, please. Geraldo, they don't have any documents? Or they do? Yeah, they do. Okay, 3917, please. This is the technical notebook on conformance and interoperability. It was created about 3 years ago, I believe, to be a repository for important information that we've had in discussions within the working group on those topics, conformance and interoperability. It includes a number of chapters. One chapter regarding the ITU's program on conformance and interoperability testing. There's information on test labs in the Americas region here. There's material on the definitions of conformity to standards and interoperability testing and the like. When we get it displayed. You may find two documents. There's a like a cover page and then the notebook itself. If you could open the notebook, the larger file. Okay, very good. So we don't need to go through it. I'm sure you've read this notebook from cover to cover. You're familiar with it. If you haven't, I just gave you a brief outline of what the notebook contains. There's an appendix to the notebook that contains best practices of some of the member states on conformance and interoperability. Yeah, if you can put the cover page on this one and the full on this one, the notebook here, the cover page here. Okay, if we scroll down through, perfect. As I said, in the if you scroll down to the table of contents here, to the table of contents. Okay, well, okay, that's good actually. What you see there is the end of the regular material and what is included in the annexes. There's an annex pertaining to Brazil and much of the test lab conformance testing material that has been discussed in this group is resident there. There's a chapter on the ITU, chapter 4. If you just that's fine. Chapter 4 is all about the ITU's program, and I've already revised this document with the ITU material that they contributed to this meeting on their conformance and interoperability program. So the input already contains the ITU material. If there's any other material from this meeting to be updated, I'll insert it in this document. But I wanted to have a discussion pertaining to this notebook. We've had it in place for several years. It has been a repository for the information that you see. Almost every meeting we get input from the ITU on its program to update us. But there's also a link to the ITU's webpage in this document. So what I've suggested as also the editor of this document and as rapporteur of the conformity and interoperability subject, I'm suggesting that maybe it's time to complete this document. We've had no contributions from member states for 3 or 4 meetings. Many of the contributions have been either for the annex from Brazil, or for myself as rapporteur, or from the ITU as its input on their program. So I'm suggesting that we close this document, not cut off discussion, just archive the document, and so we don't have to keep it on the books anymore and keep discussions on it. I just wanted to float that as a suggestion. If you scroll up a little bit on this one. Sorry, I guess down. Okay, thank you. You have your own copies of this, but the original purpose of this notebook was to create the repository of relevant material. It was created for information sharing, which it has served that purpose, and also to raise awareness of the standards being developed in this area, to discuss conformance assessment and interoperability activities that best serve the needs of this region. And it was also to serve as reference material for the inter-American proposals that have been drafted to the plenipotentiary meetings and the WTSA meetings. I think it served that purpose as well. Considering that there have been relatively few contributions recently, I suggest that it's time to close it. It served its purpose. And I also say that this does not preclude discussion. This group also is continuing to discuss interoperability issues, conformity to standards issues. So, and those contributions are invited. I'll entertain discussion on closing this technical notebook at this meeting after any updates from input contributions are made. Any comments, discussion? Any objections to closing this technical notebook? See no objections? Okay, we'll do that. Now we have to check whether this will require a decision at the plenary or I'm not sure.
Chairman of PCC1, can you help us give us some guidance about the requirement for closing a technical normal, do we require a decision or a resolution? That means you're not sure.
We don't know either.
I will, well, for responding to your question, I need to know if these technical notebooks were created through a resolution or through a decision.
Created from a resolution.
I think that you need a resolution for closing.
Okay, that's good because I've already drafted a resolution, so perfect. Okay, so thank you. Okay, so that's all for, unless there's any other discussion on conformance and interoperability. Okay, so at the next session, you'll see a draft resolution to close this notebook. Okay, if we go back to, I guess we don't have to go back to the agenda. We can just go to the next document, which is document 3916. And this is the final document, except for all the ITU presentations. I tried to find a short title for this document, but I hope it captures what we want to do. The title is Unblock Endorsement of Updated Reference Texts for Standards Previously Endorsed by CTEL PCC1. If that's hard to understand, what it means is we've endorsed 23 standards over the last 15 years. Many of them from the ITU-T, some of them from the IETF. But since some of those documents, some of those standards are now 15 years old, they've been superseded by updated standards texts and revisions to standards texts, either in the ITU or the IETF. So I went back, you recall last meeting, I went through all the references and all the updated standards for the 23 standards we've approved for endorsement. And I found that 9 of them have superseded texts. To find a smooth method of proceeding, instead of creating an individual resolution for each of those standards to update the texts, I'm suggesting for this special case to look at those 9 texts. We are still endorsing those technologies. So my suggestion is, and my recommendation to you is that we endorse them all together. The revised text from the ITU or the IETF as they are in force today, and replace them in our archive, replacing those old texts that are outdated and superseded. That's basically what this contribution is saying. So if we scroll down to the introduction page, thank you. That's basically what I'm saying here. We've addressed a number of different technologies for services signaling operations. We've looked at a number of standards development organizations in the process. Over that period of 15 years since our first endorsement, more than 20, actually we have 23 standards, have been endorsed for the Americas region. Each of them has a specific date and reference text. So we can't just say, you know, we're just looking at the latest version. So we have to be specific about the standard that we've endorsed. So this is my recommendation for a means of doing that. The standards have evolved over those years. You can scroll down. Okay. The 9 standards in the annex that you'll see have been modified. So my proposal is to endorse them en bloc with a single resolution, which is also included in this contribution. Going forward, I think we recommend the regular procedure of creating a standards coordination document, looking at the case, looking at an activity for a given standard, looking at its maturity, looking at its relevance for the Americas region, and then endorsing that on a case-by-case basis. But in this special case, we're trying to do 9 at once, basically, to update ones we've already endorsed. So the resolution is here. Why don't we go to the annex first? Scroll down past the resolution. Okay, the annex includes those 9 standards. It includes the original standard that we've approved for endorsement. For instance, H248, Gateway Control Protocol. We endorsed that in 2001, in March, and there's a new version available, which I've listed there, H248.1 version 3, which is in force, and that was approved by the ITU in 2013. You can go through all of these if you like. Please check my work because, of course, I'm not infallible, but this is what I found, the documents that are enforced that have replaced the original standards. There are 9 of them. If you have any comments, please let me know. You just scroll through till the end. You see there's some IETF RFCs and draft standards. One more page. Scroll down. Yeah. Okay, scroll to the end. So the last one, past something like 2004, we don't have any updates from the ITU or anywhere else. The last one is 2006. There have been some updates, but our most recent ones are still good. So, okay, now we scroll up to the resolution. Good, thank you. Whoops. Down. One more page. Okay. Okay, at this meeting, the 28th meeting, considering that the working group we're in now, we've addressed a large number of technologies as part of ICT standards for next generation networks. Considering that PCC1 over the past 15 years has endorsed 23 key ICT standards, that ICT technologies continue to evolve, that this working group, as part of its mandate, has continued to monitor the work of standards development organizations. Now recognizing, go down please. Recognizing that each of these standards previously endorsed is referenced by a specific version of a specific standards text. Recognizing that in most cases, PCC1 resolutions endorsing these standards include the instruction to continue to monitor those standards and determine continued support for that standard. Recognizing that a document detailing revisions and updates to all of those 23 standards was reviewed at our last meeting in Washington. And recognizing that some of these endorsed standards have versions that supersede the original text, we resolve to endorse en bloc the latest versions of the standards previously endorsed. Basically, any discussion on either the process of en bloc endorsement or the fact that we're just updating our references for the standards that we've approved? I see no comments. Any objections for forwarding this resolution to the plenary? See none? Okay. It's approved. The only documents remaining, Oscar, are the IT documents. very sorry. There's a doctor from Canada.
También hay un documento de Perú 39-17. No sé si lo han tenido la oportunidad de verlo. Perdón.
The last mile cable.
Mile cable.
That will be discussed in the next rapporteur. Is that okay with you? We will discuss it in the next rapporteur.
Yeah, we had some offline discussion that it may fit better with the infrastructure discussion than the standards discussion.
O sea, se ha cambiado de relatoría. ¿A qué
The rapporteurship. Can you please let us know which one? I have a physical problem. I have to be rapporteur in room number 10, and I have to be responsible for the document. This is why I asked, but no problem. We can present it in the next rapporteurship.
You were next. Okay. Yeah, after apologizing to Canada, there's one final document, document 3852 from Canada. It's a report from the ITUT review committee. And Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am writing this document in my capacity as the RevCom Vice Chair representing the Americas region. And I report that RevCom held its 6th plenary meeting in January of this year. One more meeting is planned, which will take place on July the 15th this year. And I anticipate that that will be the last meeting of the review committee, as I think it unlikely that it will continue in the next study period. Two items are of general interest. The first one that I report on committee. The contribution presented by Germany reviews the number and type of groups within ITUT and makes the point that there are far too many and the process is far too complicated. This was in response to opinions that had been expressed, perhaps incautiously at previous meetings, that there was really nothing wrong at all with the ITUT structure and that it should be simply continued as is. CEPT took issue with that, and it is their opinion that too many types of groups have been formed and too few types of groups have been terminated. Unfortunately, the contribution was not complete and accurate, and Germany and CEPT were requested to return to the July meeting with more accurate information. It is quite possible, Mr. Chairman, that if RevCom is indeed concluded at WTSA this year, without completion of this analysis, that I can anticipate that it would be handed off to TSEG for further study and action. There was considerable sympathy with the suggestion that perhaps there could be some simplification of the number of groups. The second item that I would wish to bring to your attention came from Mitsubishi Japan in their contribution C38. This was a contribution proposing a collaborative mechanism with bodies, other SDOs outside ITUT. So they had some knowledge that they had gained from the study group 16 collaboration on intelligent transport systems, which has been conducted as a trial. And Mitsubishi Japan would like to see some kind of permanent ability for ITUT to develop standards collaboratively with other SDOs. Recall, there is provision to do that with JDC1, but that's all. Now, unfortunately, one of the dilemmas is that the Mitsubishi Japan contribution proposed a new group, new type of group, which of course I just finished explaining was exactly what had been opposed in the other main subject of discussion within RevCom. So it's not clear how that will resolve itself. While there was sympathy for the idea that there could be collaborative work with other standards organizations, there was much less sympathy for forming a new type of group. This also is for further study. It was not resolved at TSAG in January, or RevCom, I should say, in January. And we can anticipate that there will be further discussion at the meeting in July. And as I indicated in the previous topic, it is quite possible that this will carry over after the conclusion of RevCom. And it may become a subject then for TSAG to resolve in the next study period. That concludes my presentation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments for Canada on the report? Thank you for providing the information to us. We'll certainly note it in the report and the reference document you provided. No comments? Okay. That concludes all the documents except for the ITU documents, and you have an opinion on those.
So you conclude your meeting? So Mr. Soik, thank you very much. I expect from you 2 resolutions. There are 11 ITU documents which are for information. We will discuss them or overview them when the representatives of ITU join us. It might not be today, maybe tomorrow. So we have time until Secretariat. What? How much time do we have? An hour. No more time. Can you use the microphone? Microphone, please. I can't hear you.
Thank you, Chairman. Is it possible to take about 15 minutes more, because you begin the delay about 30 minutes, because this room will be used for other different meeting.
Okay. So we will adjourn in that case. Well, thank you very much. We reconvene tomorrow Good morning. And we will continue with the rapporteur on infrastructure. They have a number of documents to review. And most likely, we also deal with the rapporteur on cybersecurity. At that time, the Peru, we had a chance to present its document. So the meeting is adjourned, and Brazil have a comment. Oh, welcome.
Thank
Please,
you, Mr.
Geraldo.
Chair. Yes, at this meeting, I'm as Qualcomm, just to avoid any issues with the Brazilian administration. And speaking as the rapporteur of the Innovation New Trends Group, just to know when we will be, when our meeting will be, as there were some changes to the schedule. Thank you. And also about the numbering, as I'm also the acting chair, rapporteur for the numbering group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, you're right. You're supposed to be next. No, the rapporteur on infrastructure, you're supposed to be after standards and conformity and interoperability. So you will start tomorrow morning. We can do the other group, the one that you want to act as rapporteur, following up yours, back to back. Is that okay for you? Okay, thank you very much. And the meeting is adjourned.
No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Said I remember when we used to sit in the government yard in Trenchtown. All the others serving the hypocrites. Stay with the good people we met. Good friends we had, good friends we lost along the way. In this great future, you can't forget your past. So dry your tears and say, you will tell me, don't shed no tears. No woman, no cry. Family would cook cornmeal porridge, of which I'll share with you. My feet is my only carry, so I've got to push on through. But while I'm gonna everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's emotional tears. No woman will cry. Sun is shining, the weather is sweet. Make you wanna move your dancing feet to the rescue. Here I am, want you to know ya. reaching out for love enough. Oh, please. Ain't I rough enough? Oh, baby, ain't I tough enough? Ain't I reaching out for love enough? Oh, please. Time after time, I've done my sentence, but committed no crime. And what mistakes, I've made a few. I've had my share of sun taken in my face, but I've come through. We are the champions, my friend. Keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers, 'cause we are the champions of the world. I've taken my vows and my curtain calls. You brought me fame and fortune and everything that goes with it. I thank you all. But it's been no bed of roses, no pleasure cruise. I consider it a tragedy for the human race, and I'm gonna lose. We are the champions, my friend, and we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We
Bueno, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por su asistencia. Yo sé que en estos momentos tenemos el inicio del grupo de preparatorio de conferencia, por tanto,
For the conference, so the majority of the groups will be there. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Amparo Arango. I am the chair of this group, development group. I come from Dominican Republic, and I will be joined here to my left, Mr. Eric Huertas. Eric is representing Mexico because he is the vice president, and also Eric is the rapporteur of this follow-up for the regional initiatives. Argentina has this rapporteurship, but they were not able to attend. I understand that they are following the meeting through WebEx or through Adobe Connection. They cannot speak, but they can hear us. And to my right, in a few minutes, we will have Jonathan Sieberlin from the United States, who is co-rapporteur for the group for prevention and mitigation. Today, we have two initiatives. We will begin with these initiatives for prevention and mitigation and the follow-up for regional initiatives. And we also have a presentation of 4 documents of the ITU. I would like to know if the ITU representative is here. I cannot see him or her. And in the interest of time, because at 6 p.m. we need to finalize the meeting, I would like to ask if any of our colleagues from CIHED could please go to the other room, and if you see the ITU representative, Mr. Rodrigo Flores, could you please let him know that we'll be beginning right now? I now give the floor to Eric so that he presents his documents. Do we have the documents on screen? Eric, you have the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am going to point out a summary of the documents that correspond to the rapporteurship that it is the responsibility of the Argentinian delegation. We will check 3 documents, review 3 documents 39, 43, 44, and 45. The first one of these documents, 3943, which is the one that you see on the screen right now, is a decision project that is related with a work that this rapporteurship would like to carry out, and is related with the registration of a record of all the implementation actions that are being carried out in the regional project. Every 4 years, these are presented to the CMTD NITU. I would like to ask the delegation of Mexico if you can please present the document. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. This document, the one that we see on the screen, 3943, speaks about the proposal of having a record, a registration of all the projects in the region of the Americas to have a better follow-up of the record and the projects, those that are in the region, as well as the follow-up to our own projects. This is in general what this document intends to do, and we hope that this can be carried out. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. So we have a record of all the projects and activities that are carried out with regards to the regional activities, and also request this information from the regional office. I now submit these documents and present them for comments. We consider this approved. Thank you. In the part of this side, I request the member states information about the projects that have been implemented in order to learn about results. Should we have a date included there? Should we have a date like to be presented in the next PCC, something like that? Thank you, Amparo. I believe that this is a very valid point. I believe that the date that we could include that it has to take place before the regional preparatory meetings for the CNDT 2017, so that this rapporteurship can offer the specific contributions for the working group that prepares the conference, and we can have a better idea of the progress made in the implementation of the regional initiatives before CNDT. Before we approve, I would like to ask Mexico if you can please add and include this where it says decide. Paragraph B, and include a term. The next document. The next document is 3944 is the number of the document. It is a resolution regarding the seminar about the project execution. Mexico, can you please present the document? Thank you, Chair. This document is a resolution proposal so that a seminar for project execution takes place half a day in the next meeting of PCC 1, and this would be done jointly between the development working group and the group, the preparatory group for conferences. As you can see on the paragraph of resolve, it is proposed to assign the delegation of Argentina as coordinators for this seminar. And in the third paragraph, the executive secretary is the person responsible to send this information. Also, it establishes that this seminar has been to be carried out without financial resources from CITEL, and as an annex to the resolution proposal, this is the proposal for the topics that will be addressed in 4 sessions. During the first session, this is a procedure. In session number 2, lines of action and work tasks of all the associations in the region. Session number 3, working methods, and in the 4th session, questions, and this would be the end, Chair. Thank you. I am a rapporteur, actually. Well, this is the document. It is now submitted for your consideration. I have a small observation. This is not about the document. We understand that the agenda is a preliminary proposal. Just one suggestion for Argentina. It would be good to have the participation of CITEL or the group with regards to the action lines or other things that are important for the region in the support of this rapporteurship. So we could work both ways, not only as an information to action lines and methods of work of each one of these financing organizations, but also with regards to the work in lines and action lines that CITEL or the members of CITEL require and that would be interest for this group. I now present the document for your consideration, comments, and approval. Thank you, Rapporteur. I just would like to share some information tomorrow in the rapporteurship of broadband that there are 2 proposals. One from the US to have a seminar. Right now I don't have the exact name, but it's a seminar to present projects and specific experiences in the region in terms of broadband access and the ICT use for social development. And there is also a proposal from Peru. And the topics from Peru will be included in this. I just wanted to let you know, to provide this information. Maybe this seminar would be a complement to this other workshop, a very interesting one that will be presented by United States tomorrow. And I see the topics of this seminar, and this is more geared towards the projects that ITU is financing and the financing mechanisms. So at the beginning, when I looked at it, I thought something else, but this is how to implement and how to take action within ITU. Is that correct? I would like to know. Yes, as with other organizations as well, it will be a complement to the other seminar. Thank you, Chair. I would like to know if you have a specific proposal with regards to the Peru. Go ahead. You have the floor. Yes, Chair, Rapporteur. In the case of Peru, the proposal that will be presented is a seminar project regarding experiences linked with the broadband and, well, basically projects for infrastructure, big national projects. And we have also talked with the United States to look at the possibility of integrating with the US proposal. Without really knowing about this other proposal, we could review what are the areas that could be integrated in order to include all the topics. Or, well, I understand that this proposal is as part of the rapporteurship, or would that be the first day of the next PCC1? Could we please have on screen the paragraphs for resolve? This same document, can you just please move to the part where we read resolve? It's just to clarify the point that the delegate from Peru is mentioning.
No, no lo señala. Yo creo que podríamos quizás, ya que está diálogo que se está platicando con...
Because you are already speaking and talking to the delegation of US, at this point we could prepare a full agenda. These events will take place in the next PCC1 ordinary meeting, correct? So in order to optimize resources and time, this would be a good proposal. The Secretariat would like to offer a comment. Thank you very much. I would like to make a suggestion with regards to the effort being made, not only CITEL, but also there are a number of projects and initiatives that we have been working on. And within these initiatives, there are projects identified, projects of technology with specific applications that belong to this development group, connectivity with the Caribbean, prevention. And as I've mentioned to some of you in other meetings, the signature of the alliance that will take place on June 14 in Dominican Republic, there are two goals specific. Increase the connectivity that is part of a Global Connect and is part of the sustainable development objectives, and also improve the connectivity in schools for 2030. And another specific goal, the development of job opportunities, employment opportunities for the people that work in our sector. And there are other developing the pillars of our countries that we have agreed on in OAS. I believe we should concentrate our efforts in these projects that already have goals and objectives. We were at a meeting for Global Connect with the World Bank. There are initiatives that are clearly defined, and I don't think that we should try to focus in other projects that may be interesting, but we would be wasting part of the effort and the progress that could be done at this point. So the Secretariat could be part, if you allow us, to submit contact for the seminar. And I invite this working group so that we can define these projects in which we're going to focus our efforts. In the meetings that we've had before, we have resources, we find resources to do the projects, but we do not clearly define the time that will take, the scope, resources, impact. That is the type of things that we need. We need to clearly identify these elements in order to move forward with these initiatives. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. I would like to offer a proposal considering what we have seen here and what we've heard. So I would like to ask the administrations that have presented these documents that are related, which would be the delegation from the United States and the delegation of Peru, as well as the delegation from Mexico. we would like to leave the door open so that any other member of the group can meet with the Secretariat and prepare a specific proposal with regards to the organization of these seminars so that we can take into consideration what the Secretariat is expressing in terms of identifying the opportunities and strengthen those projects that are being carried out. I now present this for your consideration, which is postpone the approval of this document so that we can have a document that could bring the three together. Madam Chair. Thank you. Then I suggest that tomorrow we have broadband so we can look at the presentation of US and Peru. We already have this. We also have information, so based on that, we can discuss it tomorrow as well to see if it's possible to integrate everything in one unique seminar and be able to agree on some topics to optimize resources. Mexico, do you agree? We will work that way. Yes, thank you, Chair. We will now continue with the document 3945, which is an informational document, as I understand, related with the projects that have been done by the regional office of ITU with regards to the regional initiatives. Mexico, you have the floor. Thank you. This is an informational document. We invite you to review the annex where we find all the existing information from the ITU head and all the projects linked with regional initiatives that were either carried out already or are in process in the Americas. As the delegate from Mexico is expressing, this document is accompanied by an Excel spreadsheet. You can look at each project, the estimate amounts or the range of amounts of the project, and if it's been executed or if it's in progress or if it's to come. It's a very useful document in order to follow up the implementation of regional initiatives. Again, it's an informational document. I open the floor now for any comments. Do we have the document so that we can present it on the screen? 39:45, but we would like to see on the screen the Excel spreadsheet.
Pues, se
All the delegations can review this document. And also, you can provide any other contribution if any comments from the floor. This is the last document of this rapporteurship, and with this we conclude the presentation of documents of this rapporteurship today. And we will continue to work on this dialogue regarding the seminars. And we would go back to document 3943.
pero en el documento 3943 quizás hacer una pequeña modificación.
There was a small suggestion in 3943. As a suggestion from Dominican Republic, this would be pending to review a revised document 3943, just to add that comment. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mexico, for the document presentation and for the coordination of the rapporteurship. We will continue then. We now invite the delegate from ITU. There you are. And here we have 4 documents. 3808, I'm going to read them all so that the technical staff have them ready. 3820, 3821, and 3824. ITU representative, document 3808. Thank you, Chair. The document 3808 is a presentation regarding the participation of academia within ITU, in this case, specifically the experience with ITUT. ITU, as part of its programs, promotes the participation in academia, and it acknowledges that the contributions to standardization are significant, and that we have also detected that in developing countries in the region, the participation of the academia is too small. Even though it has increased in the last few years, we must recognize a very successful project in Argentina and the rest of the countries. The presence of academia is almost non-existent. We see them as a natural partner to work with the governments and policies supporting these activities. So we bring this document so that you can share this in your countries with the purpose of motivating the academia to work in the ITU projects. And what better way for them to know that the door is open than this document? There are some explanations of the benefits of their participation. Is an informational document now presented for your consideration. Thank you, ITU. Any comments? Any additional note for this important project? And I would just like to say that the Dominican Republic has 3 universities within ITU. It's been a great effort, and it's a benefit to participate in the development of standards with great countries and great companies, and also at national level, we are developing a closer relationship between the regulating entity and academia. We think that midterm, this will be a very beneficial relationship. I just wanted to underline the importance of this project. Thank you. Mexico. Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing that I think about this relationship, the work that's been done, I represent an academic institution. It is important not to generalize the fact that the academia can help in everything. It can, but I think that it's important that we work on some specific projects in that case. The academic sector is a special sector, and if they don't receive the information specifically of what they need to work on, the participation is more difficult. It is important to define certain areas where we say the academia could work in this, and this should be done in advance. We should not say you can participate in anything. It would be more interesting for them to work on things that CITEL and ITU, topics that are defined previously, like you can help us in this and this and this. It would be more interesting for the sector. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mexico. Good advice. And I'm sure ITU is taking note of these comments. If ITU has no additional comments, we can continue with the document 3820. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mexico, for the comment. And also in the document, we include some of the activities. But taking into consideration this comment, we will work on that more. The document 3820 speaks about the activities carried out in the topic of climate change, especially focused on sustainable development goals that were presented and are trying to focus on some priorities. All the UN agencies, ITU is also working on that. We have identified that this topic of climate change is linked with 7 of these goals. We now present this for consideration. This informational document is now presented for your consideration regarding the work done in CITEL. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, ITU. Any comments? Any questions? That is the PowerPoint presentation. Mrs. Cristina Boetti prepared this presentation. I believe it's very informative and will be useful for the definitions towards the new development conference. We would now continue. We will continue now with the presentation of document 3821. Yes, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. The document 3821 speaks about the ITU events related with the environment and climate change. This is also presented by Cristina Boetti. I would like to highlight that she is the advisor for study group 5 and is also the focal point for Latin America. In this case, there is a list of events, some related, some that will take place in Geneva and also in the region. For example, a symposium for electronic waste in Buenos Aires and Green Standard Week in Montevideo, Uruguay. We provide this information so that the delegations can participate either remotely or face-to-face. They could also send contributions, ask questions, and consider. Thank you, ITU. We have taken note of this information. If there are no questions, I would like to ask if you could please continue with the presentation of the document 3824. Thank you. Briefly, This document speaks about the new publications that have been prepared by ITUT in these topics. These are documents that you can access on our website so that all the administrations and all the interested party can download them. The first one speaks about an agreement for technical information related with smart cities and sustainable in smart cities. Then the second document this is a report on the situation at that time, which was done in cooperation with other institutions from the UN system. And finally, we find a document for monitoring the electromagnetic levels in Latin America. This was prepared by our advisor, and this is in the website, and you can find additional information of sustainable and smart cities in that information. Thank you, ITU. Thank you, Rodrigo, for these important documents. Some are in Spanish, some are in English, which makes us glad. Any questions for the ITU representatives? With this, we close this part. Later on, we have a presentation from ITU, so can you please stay here? And now I give the floor to the delegate of the United States, our dear Jonathan, rapporteur of the Initiative for Prevention and Mitigation of Natural Disasters. Thank you, Madam Chair. La agenda para la relatoría acerca de la prevención de desastres, la respuesta y mitigación está en el documento 3959 disponible tanto en inglés como en español. Antes de solicitar su aprobación, me gustaría mencionar los documentos para nuestra consideración el día de hoy, que son 7 documentos. Y acabo de revisar la red de CITEL, así que estoy bastante seguro que estoy actualizado. Si quieren saber los 7 documentos,
which is accompanied with a PowerPoint 3816P1 in English only. 3879, document 3879 is from Dominican Republic, available in Spanish only at this time. Document 3880 from the Dominican Republic in Spanish only at this time. Document 3907 from Peru, 3907 available in Spanish only at this time. Document 3913 from the United States, available in English only at this time. Document 3915 from the Dominican Republic, 3915 in Spanish only. And finally, document 3927 from Mexico, available in Spanish only at this time. So glancing at the draft agenda, do I have approval for this draft agenda, or are there any modifications or any documents that I may have missed? Please. Thank you very much. The draft agenda is approved. And with no additional documents, let us begin from the ITU representative with document 3816 from ITUT on the activities, disaster relief and emergency communications in the Americas. Could the ITUT please present their document? Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
thank you, Chair. As you very well expressed, the document 3816 is a presentation regarding the activities in emergency communications as well as disaster relief. There is a summary of all the activities carried out in the ITUT, and I would like to highlight the ITUT has the information that includes all the three sectors: development, radio, and standardization. These activities, these standardization activities are additional or more recent to the publication. We've found in the case of Ecuador, the most recent earthquake in the region, part of the support that we have been offering is that immediately after the earthquake, people from Geneva, ITU, arrived there, and also radio communication information was sent. Also, a revision of the communication plans were in order to include all the recommendations, so that in case there is another natural disaster like the earthquake, all the networks are ready. And the most important thing, that this can be useful to different people. Very few know that one time we had an emergency event here close by in Guatemala, and the rapporteur of this was there at the time, and he was ready to present, and then the earthquake took place, the second strongest in the last 30 or 40 years for Guatemala. And definitely he respected the norms. He did not run outside the room. And we were able to witness how all the networks failed due to saturation one by one. I would like to highlight then the importance that in the telecommunication national plans and in all the activities, all these recommendations must be followed, and they have been prepared through ITU by all of you. The important thing is that they are not only documents or electronic files; that they should be adopted by the countries. And of course, we're ready to help in any way we can. In the case of Dominican Republic, who we originally supported with a preliminary draft of telecommunication national plans in case of emergency, but they were beyond. They prepared an event, and they are now in that phase of implementing it. So these are good experiences, good best practices, like Dominican Republic. Hopefully can be shared with the rest of the region. And here in ITU, we are willing to support all of you. Thank you. Thank you, ITU. And truly is a presentation that I will never forget. I had a presentation, and the representative ITU sat down, and he was sitting down with the tablet, and before we begin, he says, "Jonathan, can you please be brief? The president declared a national emergency state here in the city." So the presentation was extremely brief because Rodrigo closed the conference. Is something that I am not able to forget. Thank you, ITU. Any comments regarding the presentation by ITU? Thank you very much for this contribution. If there are no comments, we can move to the next document. 3879, Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic, can you please present your document? Thank you, Mr. President. As you mentioned, that document 3879 is a document that has a project for resolution to create a group to coordinate emergency telecommunications in case of disasters in the region in the Americas. Recently, with this document, the purpose is that we are able to have a specialized technicians group that are available to respond immediately in a mitigation of a catastrophe in any of the countries in the Americas. And all of this considering that, as Rodrigo was saying, we've had catastrophes, great catastrophes, earthquakes, hurricanes, tsunamis, and others that have significantly affected the countries, creating enormous concern in the Americas. As part of the strategic plans of CITEL in the 2014-2018, specifically in the goals, paragraph 8, serve me as means for the member states to channel all the efforts in all the topics of early warnings, prevention, mitigation. CITEL has as part of the responsibilities to coordinate, offer recommendations in terms of telecommunications, especially taking into consideration those done by the International Union of Telecommunications, and also in the previous meeting of PCC one in Washington, resolutions were approved such as 255 regarding emergency communications, where there are next steps for regional actions presented by the delegation of United States, and that after the earthquake in Haiti 2010, a project was approved to adopt measures, to adopt procedures to implement minimum radio communication systems. Also taking into consideration that the OAS Secretariat, as part of the plans for strategic initiatives, has decided to give a priority to disaster relief in the region, and that some administrations in great emergency have requested from the Secretariat technical assistance in the topic of telecommunications. Chair, we now present this for your consideration. Thank you. Thank you. Dominican Republic. Any comments? Wait a minute. If you allow me, I see that Dominican Republic, I think, has another contribution, 3915, which is related, and also United States has another contribution related. There are some. And it will be as you wish. But I would like to offer for your consideration that we present all the documents, and when we discuss what to do with the contribution, instead of trying to find approval for these documents at this moment. And I would like to add, with the approval of the group, I would like to add 3960 from the Secretary, which is also related with this topic. That is my comment, and I would like to know if you have any comments. How would you like to proceed? The delegation of US is giving the approval to present all the documents first, correct? The indication is yes. Any objection? Thank you. This is how we will proceed. And in my opinion, this is related with the topic. Dominican Republic, could you continue with the 3915 document, which is your contribution related to this topic? Thank you, Chair. That is correct. As you say, we have a similar contribution to the document that we have just presented, which is another resolution project. In this case, we talk about the creation a committee for emergency telecommunications in the region of the Americas. And we are open to recommendations or suggestions on behalf of any of the delegations. The idea is that in case of natural disasters, the idea is to have this committee acknowledging that the Secretariat has prioritized disaster relief in the Americas. And results to create a committee for the Americas with a number of tasks that have been established in order to assist the member states in national plans for emergency telecommunications. And now we present this for your consideration, Mr. Chair. And in the interest of time, I believe that the group may have reviewed the document already and we can move forward. Thank you, Dominican Republic. Any comments with regard to document 3915? Sir. Yes, from the Mexico administration. Currently, the Telecommunication Institute is working in the emergency telecommunications plan after Hurricane Patricia in the coast of Mexico. It was a Category 6, it was the strongest worldwide. Based on this phenomenon, the Institute cooperated with the National Emergency Committee of the federal government and gave us a seat in the National Committee. We're working currently in a document that coordinates the work done by the telecommunication industry with the civil protection authorities. So we join the effort of this regional committee. Thank you, Mexico. Any other comment? Peru, you have the floor. I would like to ask the representative of the Dominican Republic, what is the relationship between this committee and the group for emergency that is proposed in the other resolution? Is there any interaction? These are both working groups. We would like to learn a little bit more about them and see what the difference between them is. Yes, go ahead, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. To respond the question from the delegate of Peru, President PCC1, the difference between these two documents, that one is proposing a coordination group in case there is a catastrophe, that there is a group of technicians that are specialized and that can immediately respond in case of a natural disaster like Ecuador. So CITEL could become the liaison for the communication of these international organizations for relief, and that they could immediately bring the assistance. And the difference with this document, 3915, where we talk about a committee or a permanent committee of emergency telecommunications that could add in the Americas and the region to be able to help the countries to define their own national emergency plans. So that would be only at CITEL level. I don't know if I clarified your doubt. Yes. There's another comment from Dominican Republic. Thank you. I would just like to add in the first resolution, 79. Obviously, after we look at the presentations, we will see how to improve this, but the idea was to create a mechanism to immediately coordinate, like if there's an emergency, CITEL is called, and that mechanism could be the rapporteur together with the secretary The idea is to be able to activate this and respond with the resources of the experts and the countries. The idea was a quick response. And thank you, Dominican Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, I see that we have less than 25 minutes. And I respect the interpreters, so we will be done at 6. We still need to go through 5 documents. Can we present all the documents and we could have conversations about what to do with the committees, with the resolutions offline, and we can approve in our next meeting, if I'm not mistaken, on Thursday. We do agree that we present all the documents right now and have a debate later on. 3880. Dominican Republic, please. Available in Spanish only at this point. Thank you, Chair. We are now presenting a document, a resolution project that was presented both by the delegation of Dominican Republic and Mexico. And it's a document that the idea is to identify frequencies of land radio communication in the region in case of disaster. And the idea is to take this to PCC2 so that it can be analyzed and studied. The idea, and because we don't have much time, we can go directly to this point. We mentioned all the possible disasters or the examples of the ones that took place, such as Ecuador, Japan, Guatemala. And the idea is that the member states may declare the need to identify radio frequencies to be used in case of natural disasters in the countries of Region 2. The objective is to standardize the frequency in Region 2, and there's a request, point 2, of PCC2 to analyze and study different options in order to identify a number of bands or frequency for emergency radio communications. The Executive Secretary of CITEL will send to PCC2 in order to be analyzed, and that this is later on presented, including recommendations, advances, etc. in the next meeting. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dominican Republic. And I would like to ask if you can consult with the Secretariat from CITEL and find out if it has to be the Dominican Republic or us to ask for PCC2, if it's a decision or if this is just an administrative procedure. That is offline, not something very difficult, but we would like to know how to respond. How do we create a liaison in ITU? We continue then with document 3907, Peru. 3907, Peru, please. Thank you, Chair and Rapporteur. The document 3903 is an informational document that gathers information about the activities done by the regulator in Peru, CITEL, in prevention and prepared for the phenomenon El Niño for the period 2015-2016. Fortunately, El Niño phenomenon in the Pacific coast was not as severe as anticipated, at least in Peru. However, the document, which is an informational document, shows are the activities carried out by the regulator. In the case of Peru, The regulator is not responsible for security, for safety. This is only a support activity of the ministry. And for this, what the regulator did was, through a presidency resolution, action plan was created for 2015-2016. All of this is included in the document, and this plan is geared towards responding adequately to El Nino. And what could be the consequences in telecommunication and public services include 4 pillars: continuous monitoring of telecommunication services and contingency and backup plans of the operators, guiding the users that live in vulnerable areas about the correct uses of telecommunications services in emergency, immediate response in case of a possible interruption of services, and the information to the public. One of the key aspects, at least in the case of Peru, that we detected during this experience is that as important topic in the mobile telecommunication is the energy supply. In many cases, the communications are interrupted because what fails first when there is rain or a flood is electricity. And this is a significant topic. This forces the regulating agency to coordinate with the energy companies. So CIHED has an advantage compared to all of us that work only in telecommunications in order to anticipate and adopt joint measures that allow the recovering of telecommunications and energy supply as well. It creates problems for us that as a problem of telecommunication, which is truly coming from the energy supply. Basically, the results that are summarized in the section number 3 of the document verify the staff of the operator in the vulnerable areas in the coast area, verify the backup energy services. In Peru, there is no regulation at the level of autonomy of the base stations when there is energy interruption or a power outage. There are batteries that can last up to 48 hours. However, the companies adopted measures which are not regulated in order to strengthen the level of autonomy in nodes and key points of the network. Also, the regulator carried out activities in the vulnerable areas for the correct use and the use of 119, which is a number used for in order to prioritize the traffic of the mobile and fixed networks, the use of text messages or messaging instead of the use of voice services which saturate the networks. We present this document to the administration that shows that the work done by CITEL 2015-2016 in terms of preparedness for El Nino. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this contribution. I was talking with other delegates yesterday and this morning, and we found your presentation very interesting. I recommend all of you, if you have not read this, to do so. Any comments? The next one.
Document from the United States available in English only, 3913. 3913, United States. Could you present your document, please?
Yes, thank you. Document 3913 is based on Resolution 255, which we in the Dominican Republic put forth at PCC 1 last September in Washington, D.C. And Resolution 255 was on emergency communications, looking at next steps for regional action. And this roster, this draft roster that we put together, is the first step in building the capacity within CTEL for members, for administrations to be able to address emergency communications within their countries to build resilience. So we've drafted, when we look at building a roster of experts, we wanted to see what categories would be most important. And we tried to look at this from two main sets. One is preparedness. What are the activities that administrations might want to learn to better prepare? And then what would an administration need to know for response and recovery? So it's the phases of disaster that this list follows. And so I could encourage, I can read through some of the main categories, but what I know we would like to do is finalize this roster. And if I could ask the rapporteur, if could we have our colleagues comment on the categories and then Thursday finalize the roster? Or do we need to send it to the member administrations before it's finalized? Like, how would we finalize it?
Thank you, United States. With your kind understanding and patience, if you would permit me to finish the introduction of documents. We only have 2 remaining, and then time permitting, we could return to this and summarize that. But I want to wrap it up on time with, I will review some things that this group needs to consider before our next meeting. So watching the clock, would you allow me to continue with that? Thank you, United States. Are there any comments on the United States contribution right now that anyone would like to make before we continue? Canada, please.
Buenas tardes. I'll make this comment.
Voy a hacer este comentario muy corto. Quiero agradecer a Estados Unidos
Contribution and also express our support. We think it's important to create the necessary capacity within CTEL, and as well by creating this roster of experts to be able to more effectively respond when emergencies happen, and in particular to better collaborate within the region. So this is just to show our support. But I know we'll be taking decisions in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. Any other comments before we? Let me just, I'm sorry, on behalf of Mexico, Mexico, please.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that the complement of these resolutions is very important. The one presented by the Dominican Republic with the questionnaire, it's the first step of the execution of the resolution that is being proposed. And a first list of needs with the possibility of contribution, and this mechanism to begin working not only in the emergency, but also in the different phases, beginning with preparedness, recovery, the design of public policies, and others. Thank you. Muchas gracias, México.
In a brief form, complete the introduction of documents. And then if there's time left, we can return to the discussion. Interpreters, I'll change now, please. Por favor, falta de México.
From Mexico, 3927. 3927. Mexico, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. If I'm not mistaken, I understand this is the final document of this agenda. We will be then very brief. Oh, well, one more. In any case, we will try to be brief. This document, 3927, is an informative document presented by the delegation of Mexico. And it is a document in which we talk about the work done by the space agency in Mexico together with NOAA from the US, and this project known as GeoNetcast Americas and Mexico, and is based in a constellation of satellites that offer a number of meteorological products for the prevention and mitigation of disasters. This GeoNetcast system, Americas and Mexico, will be part of the GeoNetcast global system, which at the same time has human cost in Europe. And the America system has a range of coverage for North America, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. And in Mexico, 10 stations are being installed throughout the country. This system represents a mean to distribute information in case of a disaster, which represents a number of benefits associated with the technology, which in this case is a satellite. As part of the benefits, we can also mention there will be a free signal. It would not require an internet connection, which in case of a disaster can be critical not to have an internet connection. For this system, that is not a requirement. High reliability, which usually satellite communications not really has. We're talking about 99.99% reliability. And we can also talk about the benefit of portability. In case there's a disaster, this can mean a station can be installed, a land station, in anywhere where it is needed. This is a great advantage of this system, to be able to have portable stations that can move from one place to another. In general, it is a system that allows to distribute essential and timely information in case of a disaster. There are some partners who provide services, products that process the images for remote perception and offer an adequate interpretation. As part of these partners, suppliers, this is the Brazil Institute for Special Institution, NOAA, together with the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Services, which have the capacities to interpret the images and the information received through the system. In summary, this system is considered a useful tool for the cycle of disaster management, which will increase the capacity of managing data and information in these cases. That is, in essence, the content of this document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Gracias a México.
Thank you, Mexico. Very interesting. What you mentioned is truly interesting. And this reminds me the NASA presentation and the workshop in Cusco. With this contribution and the cooperation of Mexico, we will speak about opportunities of training and cooperate. Very interesting. We will speak about that. And we still have one document that the Secretariat is asking to include, 3960. The Secretariat of CITEL, please. You have the floor. Thank you, Chair. This document is document of all the strategic initiatives of OAS. In many opportunities, this has been discussed, but this is for you to have a copy so that you learn about this document and that you know how OAS is making CITEL responsible together with other parts of the Secretariat of some of the strategic initiatives, and also because this is for the work of all the projects related with information technology and telecommunications. I will not read in detail the document. What I want to do is to move to resolve the section. Scroll down a little bit more, please. The first paragraph speaks about the general situation in which CITEL is linked. And in paragraph number 2, can we scroll down, please, a little bit? The 5 strategic initiatives from OAS. One of them includes interconnectivity in the Caribbean, where we include city, economic development, and CITEL, and then the other for disaster response. We have a number of activities that are directly related with this working group. And I would like to invite all of you and thanking Dominican Republic and the United States for presenting documents that are aligned with this. I invite you to think beyond not only a roster of experts, which is very important, it works, but also if we can add an element, which is try to find resources in order to carry out the projects not only when the event takes place, but before. Thank John, the rapporteur, the chair of the group. We're analyzing a group with Radio Mater that can help us to solve problems on disaster and connectivity in the Caribbean. It's a very important project of an estimate cost of $200,000 and $250,000. And with this, we can truly help this area in the Americas to solve part of the problem. I invite all of you to check this document, or if we can talk to one of the satellite providers in order to have a response from that committee so that they have real tools to make this work. I'd like to suggest to add another activity that includes finding the resources, equipment, and tools that would truly allow them to respond to the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
CITEL Secretariat for your contribution, for your explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have used all of our time. We will ask for more time from the interpreters, not today. We only do that when we need to. We do not abuse interpreters. To close, I note that there were several documents available only in Spanish. I suspect they will become in English soon. Watch the network. We have some documents only in English. I suspect the Spanish will become available. Watch that. I need to draw your attention that we have covered documents that suggest draft resolutions that you need to consider if we approve or modify. And the roster of experts presented by the United States in 3913, please take a look at the template on that document to see your consideration. All of this we need to do for our next meeting. It may change, but it is currently scheduled for Thursday, May 19th from 11 to 12:30, this same group. I don't know the room, so watch for any changes on the schedule. We really do need to close, but I understand the Secretariat also asked for the floor. Mr. Secretariat, please. Please be brief.
Muchas gracias. En una intervención corta que me faltó.
Thank you. Brief comment. With regards to the request so that PCC2 analyzes a frequency, the procedure is very simple. In the same resolution, there are two ways actually. In the same resolution, the country that is making the contribution receives a request to send the president of PCC2 Franklin Machal, Colombia, or the second one that through the General Secretary, this is reported to PCC2, and later on the results will be reported to the presidency's PCC. It's truly simple to be sent. Later on, I can explain in detail how to do it.
Dominican Republic will coordinate that administratively out of the room. Ladies and gentlemen, I very much thank you for coming and participating in this group. And thank you to the interpreters for helping us today. This meeting is closed.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a los dos relatores.
Thank you to the rapporteurs and thank you to all the countries that present these proposals. I believe that we will have very specific instruments to continue working this topic, which for us is a life and death situation.
Buenas tardes. Quisiera dar dos avisos. El primero, que a finalizar esta reunión va a haber una reunión
I apologize, I do not get his microphone.
de grupo y coordinadores de los países en el salón 11.
Sí, perdón, es de presidente, vicepresidentes y jefe de grupo. Es la reunión de coordinación.
The coordination meeting.
No, jefes de grupo, presidentes y
Presidents, vice presidents, and chiefs of groups
acá en el salón 11.
in the room next door.
El segundo anuncio
The
es
second
recordarles
announcement is to remind
que
you
este día tenemos
that
un
today
cóctel de
we
bienvenida.
have a welcome
Será a partir de las 7 de la
cocktail
noche
7 p.m. in the Hilton Princess Hotel.
Vamos a tener transporte
We will
desde
have
casa
transportation
hasta el
from
hotel. Y
Safeco to the hotel,
este cóctel está, pues lo ha brindado
and this
la
cocktail
empresa
party is
Mediacom Inca.
offered by
Esperamos que puedan
MediaCon,
acompañarnos.
and we hope they can join us. Thank you.
I don't know. Every time I plant a seed, he said, kill it before it grows. He said, kill them before they grow. Could
That's all I need.
Don't let them change it. Or even rearrange it. Oh no, we got a life to lead. To say, only the fittest of the fittest shall survive. Stay alive, could you be loved? And be loved. 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 Say something. Could you be loved? Say something. Come on. Say something. Could you be loved? Say something. Curse reggae. Say something. Could you be loved? Say something. Come on. Say something. Could you be loved? Say something. Curse reggae. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Preacher man, don't tell me heaven is under the earth. I know you don't know what life is really worth. It's not all that glitters is gold. Half the story has never been told. So now you see the light. Hey, stand up for your right. Come on, get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the